This is so freaking awesome. Are we looking at this? Are we seeing this shit? Double digits. This is fucking awesome. Yes, yes. Yes! Hold on, let me set that up. And I have to tweet that I'm live or something like that. Ignoring all the notifications on my GG tweet. Yup. Quote retweet. Invest. I don't. What do I even caption this? Again. Yay! Hey boss, this isn't episode 2. Well, yeah, because this is still episode 1. Okay. Did you see that Gigi didn't respond yet? Yeah. I'm saying it's for the best. It's for the fucking best. Pin message. There you go. Alright, let's do that. And then put that down here. Or not? I can't seem to... Okay, there you go. And then I'm gonna do my special. I'm gonna... Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Yippee. Hi. Hello. Okay. Alright. Alright, what about pre-game start yapping? Sadly, I have to catch the VOD. Good luck and don't fumble it, Amy. Oh, I forgot I'm doing high roller mode. I'm a true gambler. Oh god, I'm gonna get in my own head and then like hesitate and then I'm gonna like put in the wrong answer for no fucking reason, man. Give us a recap of the previous episode. That's a good idea. Or the previous 2 episodes. Fuck if I know. Poogarita, happy 4 months. Paying rent for my room in the basement. Hope you're doing okay, boys. I'm doing okay. Okay equals mid. I'm doing... The state of affairs is mid. There you go. Yay! TLDR, we're a killer lawyer and our best buddy who's also friggin' birthed the modern android boom is gonna be ruled as doing suicide, and we're trying to not do a suicide. Also, we have a weird girl daughter now who is an android that friend birthed with his own hands. Isn't that fun? Yay! I can't wait to see Morgan and Emma on their date at the courtroom. Me too! But first we have to investigate. Yay! Yippee! And also there's a hot prosecutor and hot detective. Sorry. It's okay. It's whatever. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for, baby. Every time friggin' Reyes shows up on screen, I'm like, yes! Yes! Woo! Woo! I should drink water. How? What is you guys' obsession with my chair? I don't get it. Whatever. What friggin' ever. Alright, auto mode is A? Oh shit. Backlog is L? Oh, I can also advance text with spacebar. Interesting. Previous menu, skip previous read. Okay. Okay. You want to be the chair? The squeaks are like punchlines? What if I drank soju? I do have like... I have one of those canned cocktails in the fridge upstairs. You know the one I got? It's called Sex on the Beach. I got it because it's funny. But I don't know if tonight's a drinking night. To be truthful. I don't know. I don't know if that's right. Is it a drinking kind of night? All I'm doing is left clicking, but I also gotta read. It is Friday night. Did you know some chairs can be dangerous? I'm dangerous. No, okay, I had like a coffee earlier today, but I don't know how long it'll last me. I also have energy drinks upstairs, but it's not my energy drinks, it's my sister's pre-workout stuffs. So I don't know. So, we'll see. I should be locked the fuck in. I wanna finish this fucking episode. Do not mix pre-workout with alcohol. It's one or the other. I made no mention of mixing the two. It's either that, or raw dog in it. Pre-mixed pre-workout. It's an energy drink. I don't know. Did you take meds already? Duh! Who do you think I am? Oh, I did that like 10 hours ago. I also woke up 10 hours ago, but I think my downfall yesterday was that I woke up before noon. I woke up at like 9 a.m. yesterday, and I didn't take any naps, so maybe that's why it's so eepy. So today I should be okay. Yeah. If it's a straight up energy drink. You think I should be fine? I should be fine. Okay. I said okay. Ika? I wonder if I can like listen to the game music. Is there like a music mode? That's okay. I guess not. Load game. Chado, thank you! So sorry to interrupt. I saw your tweet about reinstalling League of Legends. Tell me/us, what is it about VTubers top gremlin that makes you want to be bullied, mind broken, whipped like an animal? Have you looked at me? Come on! Let's not ask silly questions now. Let's not be silly, you know. I remember when GG first debuted and I was playing Elden Ring on stream. Like, take a drag of my cigarette. Wow. Load. Game. High roller mode. Where... Okay, what? L. Okay, right away, Adonai. 11:45 a.m. Ooh, we have until 6 p.m. for our date. Noble Employee Housing Building Platea. Hold on, let me just make sure it is pronounced Adonai, right? Right? I mean, it looks like it would be pronounced Adonai, but... Okay. Okay. Adonai. Okay. Apparently another way of pronouncing it is Adonai, but I'm not gonna fucking do that. Yay! Wait, penthouse dining room. Ooh, look at those trees. I'm gonna raise this with me. Ah! Sorry. Pretty, quiet elevators, huh? Dining room? You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there in many cases. Many such cases. Look, Rockford asked me not to get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna bend over for you. You won't? Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't. The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still. Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within a minute. They landed in the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. Oh, she's so sad! And the cause of death is being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0. And there wasn't anything else they could do.
Hi! Dr. Pinky, welcome back to Eat Me Industries!
Oh. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? They don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet.
Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't have been an accidental overdose?
If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived.
But he didn't live.
So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense, given what we know and what we don't.
But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs.
What is that? Contraband Decriminalization Acts? Wow!
A series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. Huh? The gray wave followed soon after as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new gray market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs and to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. Whoa. Whoa. That's crazy. Whoa. Wait, I have money. No, I don't have money. I need 2, 4, 6, 8. I need 3 more store credits. Okay, I'll get it. Wait a minute! What did they mean by this? Ray is undercover? What did they mean by that? Are those bunny ears? Guys. She's wearing bunny ears, isn't she? Hello? Hello? Okay. Anyways, I'm normal. I'm normal. Anyways, I'm normal. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. So whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. Designer drug is a custom-made recreational drug, typically psychoactive. In the literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom-made, as opposed to mass-produced, typically outside of normal pharmaceutical industry standards. In common parlance, however, designer drugs, DDs, DEADs, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. While the CDCA and the white wave that followed it legalized and taxed virtually all known narcotics, it did so alongside extensive documentation and study, and those laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drugs patented after the white wave must go through approval processes and registration with national and international authorities, a time-consuming process that can take anywhere from 6 months to several years. This time lag creates a window of opportunity wherein organized criminal groups can step in to meet the demand for a narcotic. What has become known as riding the wave is the new normal for the international drug trade, pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, more easily habit-forming drugs and cornering the market on them before legislation catches up to them. Users also frequently search for, is Nerve legal yet? Best New Deads 2086, Nirvana designed by who? Nirvana is the name of a drug here? Interesting. I love world building. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. While the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old mind cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Dr. Binksy, thank you. Bought designer stuff in the dark web once, didn't sleep for 3 days, do not recommend. Oh boy! Wow! I will not acknowledge this at all. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is, it's their families finding them in the living room and not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself.
Oh.
Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm going to take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home.
No.
What's that face for?
I thought there would be an outline.
An outline?
Around where they found father.
Like in the movies?
Like in film.
Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS files.
Augmented reality crime scene. I see. Oh boy! Time to sniff. Time to sniff.
Oh wow, he was just right there? Okay.
Cool. There is an outline. And so this is where he
died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him.
And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS?
They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same.
Where do we start?
You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. I love my weird girl assistants! Yes! Yes! A chessboard and a data pad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E64. What? This is a game? Algebraic notation. Was he studying an old game or playing against himself?
Black has checkmate in 40 moves.
Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it.
What do you mean? Do you not play, Adonai?
No, especially not against David.
Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing.
Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, has the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too
Boring?
Too fair. The smarter player wins every time.
And that is something you take fault with?
Of course! How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that?
'Cause she likes to cheat, get it?
I want to see if there's like any small thing I could possibly overlook, but I don't know. Observe. Okay, that's one more. Inspect the chair? Table, body, chair, policeman? Look, okay. I'll look outside. I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the run-down, rotting parts of town.
There's a crunch? No way! No!
Maybe the view's secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible.
Amy, the crunch? There's still crunch? There's still crunch? There's no way! I thought I... And it's gone? Oh, okay. Yay! Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows?
Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars.
I didn't know that.
Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than...
Why did he care so much about his windows?
Interesting. police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park.
Pardon?
Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before?
Because I haven't. In person.
David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its gin if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever.
I love it when she pouts.
One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out, a party of 2. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Better take a closer look. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old.
You recognize it?
Sure. He was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand. Only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world.
It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison?
No. Even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf.
So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned.
We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere.
Yeah, she's definitely important, Sarah. I think I really appreciate the weird girl assistant trope. Very happy that it's here as well. Yay!
2 cups, one empty, knocked over. And one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them?
I've seen them before in the basement liquor cabinet.
He kept these lying around? I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him.
Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however.
Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test.
Inconclusive could mean...
Inconclusive means inconclusive, that's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting.
Father's prints are on both cups as expected. But there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night.
Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched a cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to...
Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to?
Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or...?
No. There's space for a name, but the field is black.
Shit. Am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes. Yeah? There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask, sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madame Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that.
I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean?
It means that whoever these prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony, but their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name.
That easily.
Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. Is that how you pronounce that? Subpoenas? Subpoenas? Subpony? Subpoena? 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 Subway? I don't... Subpoena? Subpoena. The fuck is a subpoena? A court order compelling attendance or evidence. A legal order issued by the state on the behalf of the prosecution or the defense that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide information, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with a subpoena? Subpoena. Yes. Will result in being charged with contempt of court. I'm always comforted by the fact that even a native speaker struggles with these stupid words. Thank you, Amy. I got a comment earlier before stream. It was like, I'm so proud of Amy for learning English by reading this out loud. And I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself. What do you mean? My god. Whiskey! A bottle of Rose River whiskey found on a dining table at the scene of the crime. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins, known to be a brand favored by the deceased. Subpoenas? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What did the witness have to say for themselves, detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse. All of the witness's vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken? Then there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith. Penumbra's set up in most of the rooms on his floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything in Asher's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to Penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers, plural. I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, 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 and Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Cope. How do you pronounce that? Cochler? Kagler? Cochler? It has a chiff sound? Cochler! English doesn't have that phenome. I'm crying. What the fuck does that even mean? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Whatever. Gustav, Prince, and Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta breathe, bro. I gotta get my head out of the gutter. Oh my goodness. What? What does that even mean? I don't know. Needed a moment to think. She didn't even know what that So that was it? One chat, one peek at the camps, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look. They were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead. Or even ill from the sound of things. So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle? David's cup. The plastic cup that David Asher was drinking from before he died. Forensic analysis shows matches for his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. Upright cup. A plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright on a dining table at the scene of the crime. Saliva and fingerprints match an unknown individual. Contains no traces of foreign elements. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body.
An unidentified foreign substance.
Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. But that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras? There's no cams in the lab or the basement.
That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully?
It's intentional. If cams of his labs ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols from combating corporate espionage.
At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died.
Yeah, that's worth investigating. Whoa. Statements made by the singular witness to David Asher's suspected poisoning and death corroborated by video evidence. The witness arrived at 7:30 p.m. Witness spoke with David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36. Upon returning at 7:38, the two of them continued speaking while they both drank. David Asher felt lethargic and disoriented shortly after 8 p.m. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03. EMS were called from the emergency console in the kitchen at 8:04. David Asher and the witness were taken to the Gatesfield Memorial Hospital at 8:08. Okay. Spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle, it's clean. So does that mean wherever this spill came from must be clean as well? Occam's razor, right? It has to be clean. Both of it's nothing. These are nothing burgers. Or is that not Occam's razor? Is that like, am I making something out of nothing? He was poisoned. He was poisoned and it was the witness, but there's something fucky-wucky with it? Whiskey found spilled on the dining room table. After evaporating for most of the night, there's little left to test. No foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inconclusive. Nothing ever happens, I'm saying. Simplest solution, yeah, so he got poisoned and the witness did it. That would be the simpler solution, but I don't know. I don't fucking know. Password locked, but already cracked by police, it seems. All the docs were take home safe, nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Warm android blood. Hey, I read this one! Did I? I'll read it again. Warm android blood saved soldier's life. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android and in a way that no other competitor's products could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter. An Animate 16 enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor synthetic plasma, into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag. And then some. And people in the capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mathings said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with more models. This story has got people talking. If we just ignored our constituents' feelings on this matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians, and I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, crumbs, Okay. That's the article I've seen going around. But why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other in the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. Shit. Just making sure there's nothing else before I look at the body. I love pixel hunting. Okay, I guess it's just this. Says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate that on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward or at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room. Which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. They can inspect the glasses, the bar top, this terminal thing, the doors. And I guess that's it? 1, 2, 3, 4 things to inspect, I think. Okay, let's go left to right. David's fridge. That's a fridge? What the fuck? Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer, some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement? Huh? That's what the cams show ya. There's plenty to drink right here. And unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry?
I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic?
Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment.
I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do.
So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, you...
I become tired.
What a great feature.
And when I'm done digesting,
I don't need to know. Oh. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't gonna ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, it seems like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. What the fuck? The witness didn't just leave. The witness was taken to the hospital with the victim. They were both tested for substances, and the witness came out clean, and the victim fucking died. How the fuck do you pronounce Caduceus? 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 Like deuce? The fuck? Sus? Sorry. Caduceus Executive Plan 4. Why did you say it again? What's wrong with you? Caduceus? 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 Caduci? Caduceus? 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 Caduceus! Caduceus! Do not say Caduci ever again, I'm sorry. Caduceus? Cocoa melon! Caduceus! Put the fries in the— oh god, fucking— whatever. Executive Plan 4 isn't like most people, counselor. I'm gonna settle this once and for all. I'm not gonna listen to you guys. I'm gonna search it up. Caduceus pronunciation. Caduceus! Okay. Yeah, fuck you. Caduceus Executive Plan 4 isn't like most people, counselor. He had executive level? Not like most people at all. Emergency console?
Jado, thank you. And then I taught the lab ham English incorrectly as a joke.
No! Executive 4 plan. David Asher's health insurance policy with Caduceus. Paid for through Noble Electronics, includes private EMS services on standby. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans that outrank it. Whoa, okay. Emergency console. A penumbra security console located inside David Asher's kitchen used to contact emergency services when he fell unconscious. A private emergency service was contacted at 8:04 p.m. and medics arrived at the helipad outside via VTOL at 8:08 p.m. Said private emergency services contracted through David Asher's Caduceus Executive 4 insurance plan. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. Is that a missing knife? David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board.
Aw, I'm not cheesed.
So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. I guess missing knife doesn't really fucking matter. 3 unwashed dishes and a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. Yeah, there are prints. Most matched victim. But there's also... Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that! All I did was walk over to you.
You knocked over the salt, Adonai.
I was focused on the task at hand! Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point in your mod.
Adonai, the salt.
As I was saying, the witnesses' prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink? They were drinking cups... They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? Water glass. A glass of water found in the sink of David Asher's kitchen. Bears the DNA and fingerprints of the unknown witness. Oh! Of the unknown witness? Okay. What, was the whiskey poisoned and then water is the cure or something?
You need to toss it over your shoulder.
Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. That makes more sense. That makes more sense, okay. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon?
It's bad luck, Adonai.
Morgan, listen to Sarah! You spilled the salt! It's bad luck! Morgan, no! Morgan! I'm losing this trial dog! Whacked him on the back of the head so fast and went between video frames.
That's genius! You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory.
Mature.
It's bad luck.
They're so cute! They're so cute! Guys, stop flirting in front of the kid!
You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene.
Yeah.
So do you think you know what happened?
Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield. Along with a half-hundred noble megs who've all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? You can do that, can't you?
I can.
But
I need your payment information to get started.
Yeah? Okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it?
Sync complete.
Set pickup for... 10 minutes should be plenty.
The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai.
How bad can it be?
How bad can I be? I was naturally.
As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all so excited?
Adonai, what does that symbol mean?
In this rabble, probably something vulgar. Which one?
That heart with a bullet hole.
What?! 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 Morgan, your actions are creepy! You're the consequences of your actions! I don't know. It's probably nothing.
Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol? Or a following? Or these... whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? Cause Noble's trying to cover up the truth!
They are?
Those mags in there are scrambling to shred every document they can! We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go dump the scraps! Sarah.
What are you hoping to find?
Oh, she's talking to one of the proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle! Blow the whistle? On Heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal! You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Noble's advanced prototype went amok and it started killing. Started killing random people? Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern. As long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit.
Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit?
Stop engaging. Smart kid. She gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those math victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops. They must all have been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then as soon as they've outlived their usefulness... What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm android so perfect no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion.
I see.
Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you could be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Dude, what are these words they're dropping, bro? Deniable ops? A fictional designation for actions whose very existence have plausible deniability. Deniable is a fictional classification for clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through the media or addressed by world governments. It is also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from the political ramifications of their military actions.
Oh, well, Danny, thank you.
Amy, what? 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 You're fucking lying. You're lying, right? Oh shit, okay, okay. Oh shit, okay. Oh shit. Hold on. Hold on. Fuck. Suddenly I don't know any. List Komahina 10 times? No, I can't! She asked for 10, I will give 10! What's a good one? I'm trying to like brain blast my way through my AO3 history. What's that ship called? Hold on. What is that ship called? Fuck, I don't know what it's called. I'm gonna get called mid, yeah. I'm like, this is all like Danganronpa yaoi. It's so over. I think it's over. No, I can't go into the niche. I have to delete that. I can't go into the fucking fan games. Who gives a fuck about Danganronpa fan games? Does Gigi fuck with Danganronpa fan games? Ah! Lee Gowie, you're right. But I like Lee Gyuri. I don't like Lee Gowie. Fuck! I don't even fuck with JVIC that heavy. I'm gonna be honest. Then lie? You're crazy. You're crazy. Grand Blue Fantasy Yaoi? I don't... Ah! Not even Graves freaking Twisted Fate? No! I only like Luxana Crown Guard x Jinx. Morgan would lie, but... I'm Eimi Isami! I'm Eimi Isami! Ace Attorney? You're right, Narumitsu. Polo. Asoryu. Okay, we're at 6. We're at 6. Need 4 more. Cookie Run Yaoi? Okay, who in Cookie Run though? I don't know. The people I know off the top of my head are cute girls. So yeah, I know. I don't remember any yaoi in Cookie Run, unfortunately. Webtoons, no Asumatsu. Yeah, I already had a Nonary games. I don't. Besides Snake and Junpei, I don't think so. I don't really go out of my way to read that one. You're right. What's their ship name? Fuck. Kaname and Kuruto? Ryudate, just Ryudate, yeah. Or Ryu Bottom, so Date Ryu. Danganronpa, Date Ryu, the Samyun Files, Shuake, P5, Sayo, New Danganronpa V3, Narumitsu, AA4, Asoryu, The Great Ace Attorney. Jamoke, thank you! Looks like you have ship homework to brush up on. Yeah, I'm saying! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm moving this up. Okay. Clans? Don't. Guys, I think clans would be a deal breaker. Do you really think Gigi Marin from Hololive fucks with clans? No, that's okay. Yeah. We're not doing that. We're not fucking doing that. Okay. No. Okay. Fuck! Genshin Yaoi. Oh, shit. Right. Genshin Impact. Xingyun? Or is it Changshu? I don't know. Jingshu, Changyun and Jingshu. What the fuck is her ship name? Xingyun? I think it is Xingyun. Yeah, I like those two. I actually don't. I'm actually not gonna lie. I like what's their ship name? Albedo and Xingchu. What the fuck is there? Abitsu? I guess that's their ship name. Okay, we're doing Genshin. Okay, who? But the thing with Genshin is that the yaoi is like, the yaoi's definitely there. There's so many pickings, but I only give a fuck about individual characters like Venti and Scaramouche. Do I want to make them kiss? Not necessarily. Albedo x Albedo. Okay, the Albedo cest. No, I can't put that. I mean, I can. I don't even know what that ship's called. What do you even call that? Do you just put Albedo cest? Like, what the fuck? What am I supposed to call that? Fuck! Haikyuu ships? I like Kagehina's an all-timer. Do you fuck with Basala from Hit Game Metal Gear Solid? Unfortunately, do you think that people that love can blossom even on a battlefield? I think that people can fall in love anytime, any place. I don't know. I've never played the game. I only know that quote. Mikayu! Mikayu is a crazy one. I remember that. Yep. I love vampires with kind of weird incest undertones. Woo! Seraph. How do you? Oh, why do you know a seraph? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I feel like I'm putting too much. I'm gonna remove Clopolo. I need to have some more variety in here. Have we really not hit 10 yet? No, we haven't! The Legend of Legend. Fuck, you're right, but I haven't watched it. I never watched it either. Can I put Komahina again? No. Mabinogi yaoi? No. No, I have to meet her where she's at. I can't just be shitting out esoteric Danganronpa fan game ships, you know? Like who gives a fuck about Yuki Maeda x Kinjo Tsurugi? Who the fuck are those two? No one knows. Gigi Morin's not gonna fucking know who those two are. Fuck! God. Sonic X Shadow? Never played a Sonic game. Oh god, Hamilton Yaoi? I'm not putting Hamilton Yaoi. I'm not fucking putting Hamilton Yaoi. Alexander Hamilton X Aaron Burr. Gotta go from the heart? Fuck! I'm not putting friggin' Creek! God damn it! I'm killing myself, bro. I'm jumping. I need to not look like a normie. But like... Okay, so Gigi went to DashCon. So, hypothetically, I could put Clance, right? This is bleak. This is so bleak. I don't even know what Maeda Tsurugi? Maeda Kinjo? Kinjo Maeda? I don't know. Mr. Hero, thank you! Congrats on the Oomphy boss. Don't fumble this one too. I'm fumbling. I put Voltron in, she's never gonna... No! She'll respond positively and I'll never talk to you again. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, man. I'm not putting sans Maeda. I mean, I could. But no, I love... Hinata-kun. Transformers Yaoi? I saw Transformers Yuri on my timeline earlier. I can't, in good faith, put something I'm not well versed in. Fuck! Should I just give up? No, never give up. Is it the leash one? I saw that too. Yes, it was. Kilugon? I ship it, duh, but it's not like one of my top 10s. But at this point, it might as well be, because apparently I don't have a top 10. I don't have 10 ships. Fuck. What if... No, I'm not doing that. What if... No. I can't lie, so I gotta put these motherfuckers somewhere. Okay. It cannot get worse than plants. Yep. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Frame, thank you. Try answering a different question. Who is Eimi Isami? Future Oomph, that's who. That's 10 now? No, I'm revising. I'm going back and cutting out the weak ones. I'll cut out Mikayu. I can't put a ship I don't believe in, you know? I mean, Mikayu is nice, but I would not go out of my way to look at it now. We're at 8. It's like what's another... It's something I have to believe in, something that encapsulates that... In Stardew? Not really. I don't think so. I'm definitely overthinking this. Like, suddenly I don't know any yaoi. Suddenly, the only thing is me, my AO3 tab, group of tabs in my phone, and it's all just Komahina. Komahina. 1 Persona 5 protagonist x Goro Akechi. 1 Shuichi Saihara x Omakokichi. 1 Ryuki Kuruto x Date Kaname. Komahina. What if you just put Komahina 10 times? I thought of it, okay? Bachelor X Harrispecs is actually a pretty good one, but I've never read any pathologic fanfic. I should probably change that. Persona, I already put Shuake. And I don't have many other ships from Persona. At least I don't think so. Unless you get Tatsujin? Tatsujin! Actually, Tatsujin! P2! Eventil? I'm not gonna lie, I don't really give a fuck about Eventil. Just go to AO3. Can can I with a straight face log into my archive of my own account and like hold on. Am I logging in or is it gonna nope, okay, wrong password. Okay, and then nope, wrong password. Hold on, guys. I'm going straight to the source. Okay, I'm in. Let me look at my bookmarks. I only have 10 bookmarks. I only started bookmarking Fix recently. It's all gonna be Komahina. I don't think this will help. That's true! Oh god. Why is AO3 not showing me anything? Why is it not showing me my bookmarks? Why is my bookmarks tab not... Ah! Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I might as well just die, bro. I might as well just fucking die. It's having issues right now? Fuck, that's why. Is that why? Shit. So I can't even have a fucking... Database is kind of fucky right now. Retry later? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's over. Oh my god. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. Just one more. I'm like meditating. What else? What else is there? I gotta... Do I fuck with Pokemon, Yaoi? Who the fuck? In Pokemon? That answer in and of itself is enough. I'm not putting killing stalking in my fucking top 10 Yaoi ships reply to GG Murren. Come on. What else do I have? What else is out there? Fuck! I don't know Gundam, okay? Lawlight. Thank you, Lawlight. Are you fucking kidding me? Lawlight? Lawlight, of course. Of course. What the fuck? That is their ship name, right? Yep. Okay. I'm not putting A couldn't fucking quag me. Kill him. Thanks though. Komahina, Dazeru, Arasamium Files, Shuake, Persona 5, Lawlight, Death Note. Lawlight doesn't even need the fucking thingy. Kaimon, Project Eden's Garden, Sayo, no Danganronpa V3. Actually, no. Momo. We're doing that one. No, I can't. Yeah. And the RV3, Asoryu. I'm just making sure that I spelled these right. Yep, okay, I got that right. Narimitsu, Tatsujin, plants, unironically. I'm sorry. Do you fuck with me? Okay. Wait. I'm gonna kill myself. I don't know if I want to play this game anymore. It took me 30 minutes to reply! It took me 30 minutes to reply! I'm so embarrassed. Oh god. I was such in the toxic Detective Yuri mindset. I completely forgot all the Detective Yaoi. Oh my god. I'm washed. I'm washed. No, no, no. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. So I'm just gonna sit here. I'm just gonna sit here and think. We're doing a post-reply clarity. Post-reply clarity. I'm just gonna sit here. So you know, it's okay. It's okay. We'll just keep playing the game. We'll keep playing the. Battler X Ronove, why weren't you here? Why weren't you here? Fuck! Fuck! No! No! Oh! Out of all. Oh, fuck! That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I still made a good list. I made a good list. I made a good list. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Fumbled. It's okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not Grand Blue Fantasy pilled. Okay. All I know is Belial's big fat tits. I didn't even know there was yaoi. Okay. Which is a stupid assumption. It's Grand Blue Fantasy. Of course there's yaoi. But I'm saying I only know about his massive boobs every time there's a new fucking thing with him in it. Okay. I'm gonna drink water. Okay, we're getting back to the game. I gotta decompress. My heart rate is very, very high right now. I'm gonna take a little candy. My herbal candy, tangerine lemon. Very yummy, yummy. It's like a cough drop, but without the menthol. Yeah, yeah, sure. I watched
Sherlock like a few episodes back when it was airing, but like I didn't really gaff. And I also watched Doctor Who. I from 9 to sometime in Matt Smith. Was he the 11th Doctor? Fuck if I know. Ugh. But I don't remember the Yowies. We didn't really care. Hannibal, it's on my to-watch list, so I don't. But I know the Will Graham yearning is insane. And I need to get on it immediately. Smith is 10? No, 10 is David Tennant. When I was 13, I got into supernatural incest discourse for shits and giggles. I bet you did. My god. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, like Sherlock Holmes in anime, that's basically like a good more than half of the ships I listed. It's some sort of freaky detective shit. I don't know. Okay. Okay, I think I'm normal now. Okay. All of this, while looking at conspiracy theories, are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone you know might be being indoctrinated or spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at our non-confidential portal here. That's really funny. Cyberpunk, a mythologized countercultural icon or way of being, originally a term coined in a short science fiction story and later having grown into a genre on its own. Cyberpunk, or cyberpunk, historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on a new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to. A code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socio-economic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: there is no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Users also frequently search for "Get ready with me, Cyberpunk." The 99 Man explained, "Are co-ops illegal?" Are co-ops illegal? That's funny. Alright. Awesome. Okay. Oh god. Hold on. I'm still mentally recovering. Do you guys want to hop on Roblox real quick? No? Okay. Play the game? Okay. I just need a little bit. Maybe I need to take a walk. I don't know. Okay. You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on hardcore crops? They're putting something in the food! Those people. Heartbreak. This is a goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have... Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak. So you think they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else.
If heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them.
That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are.
The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them.
You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer.
Just a serial killer.
Just.
If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months.
In order to have killed
413,789 people.
You did that in your head.
I'm good at mental math.
You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number?
Deaths within 18 months of the Blakefort industrial disaster. Whoa! Wait, why is the salt shaker fucking evidence? Hold on. Oh! We encountered an issue while processing your request. Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from net addresses outside your country's borders. We're proud to fight alongside in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those and you can read more about how and why this collaboration works here. Tired of running into slowdowns? So are we, but maintaining a secure data border takes resources. Contact your representative and explain why you think the national data security budget needs to be expanded using our easy right form here. Interesting. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tack on another 130% for birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time.
So you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to.
Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse.
Keep walking, pigs! Fascists!
No balloons, the cops! Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good and they all just...
That's just part of our job, detective.
No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutor badges?
I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count?
Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open?
This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai.
Yo, why does Morgan look like that? She is crazy! Oh my god, wait! Woo! She looks evil as fuck there! What the heck? Breaking out the source on me? I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things.
Do you tell that to your clients?
No, but they come to appreciate it when I win.
I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago and we all agreed to them.
I don't recall voting for it.
Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so we traded freedom for safety. Individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take their criticism head on.
Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority. Only with authority being challenged. But they treat us like we're the bad guys.
Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So, if any given individual is too small to ever affect change,
So if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do.
And if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character.
And if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing.
What do you do, Adonai?
What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple.
It's not as complicated as you'd think.
In times like these,
in a world like this,
the only logical way to live is...
the only moral way to act is...
do whatever it takes to win. Oh my god! Ah! Ah! I love these notes! Should I kill myself right now? Oh my god. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice.
If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul.
Just fight with both barrels.
And trust the opposition to do the same.
Winner takes all.
Now I can finish my candy.
A bit later, Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. That's what we were here to do, forgot. Thank you, you're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find a witness's medical record, his datapad had a name blacked out. But I did see that they had a Caduceus Executive 3. More expensive than David's, which means they most likely...
How did you do that?
She's like... what does she remind me of? I don't know, look at her big eyes! You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing.
That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly?
Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us.
Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name.
Haven't you heard of the golden rule?
Her eyes are shining. Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated.
Wrong.
Oh.
Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. And he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help, given a chance.
Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated?
There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble.
That is... not a very comforting sentiment.
Well, I think it's fun.
Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it?
Same as anything. Observation and practice.
You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then.
Oh yeah, I bet.
So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door.
I'm gonna open the one that says Morgue on it. You're the... Whoa! Whoa! Oh, hey. Come on in. Don't stand out there in the... Cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I want a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato! Just the lady I wanted to see. She reminds me of the frickin' corner lady from Kara no Shoujo. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. Profile Sato. March 3rd. 173 centimeters. Occupation medical examiner. Likes accessories, reality TV, and palm reading. Dislikes social media, dress codes, and ebooks. Loves to make new playlists, hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. Anything else? No. Huh. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means... Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased. Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's it? Weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Whoa. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, I guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family? In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plotter Memorial Hospital is formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renigen Medical over 25 years ago and subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society. That are sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who... Wait, hold on. Sorry, I thought I saw something. Anyways. What am I saying? What am I looking at? When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renigen board member Mireille Ikaria had this to say. In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself. And the only ones uncomfortable with that are... Stop checking? Well, I'm getting notifications on my phone, and then it should only be for Yeah, 恥ずかしい恥ずかしいやだ Okay, whatever. Anyways, new lore drop. The Ikaria, guess they weren't always in my same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever to get themselves a new image. All the Neobility are eager to prop up their image whenever they can. But that must go double for the Ikarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. I'll know either way, yeah, but I wanna be the first to know, you know? You know. That's a lot of screens. There's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question! Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form, but I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so... Boom! I get 4 new monitors every year.
Do you run out of things to use them for?
Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use up the screens.
I see. Are all of these dead bodies?
One would hope so.
I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect.
Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing, mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods. Suspected leaking... Okay. Suspected leaking internal bio batteries. Suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change-induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely.
If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased?
Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout.
Huh.
I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job, it's just... So much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. Is she finishing up over there? Right, okay. So, what's up?
Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death?
Oh, wow. Hi there, cute android. I didn't even realize it was... really cute. That skin, that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell. They really are warm.
Oh, you're making me blush.
Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed, like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted. Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case calls for, expediency? Expediency! 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 Right. So what can I tell you? I haven't saved in a while, actually. Reading list. I already read that. Search terms, kneel-ability. Kneel-ability, derogatory slang for... Nouveau? Nouveau? Derogatory slang for nouveau... Why is it rich? Is it pronounced differently if there's an E at the end? Huh? Reach? 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 Nouveau riche. Okay. Nouveau riche families. Slang term for the nouveau riche, new money families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, or even as a second estate that administers global power alongside the first, governments, and third, corporations. Users also frequently searched for, who are nobility families? How to marry into wealth? Define nouveau. Okay. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We've got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going for the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would have what would it have looked like? Lightheadedness followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late.
And you're certain of all of this?
Oh, well, most of it, sweetie.
Most of it?
Yeah, it's turned into quite a puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding.
Biomes?
Biomonitor! Slang for biomonitor. Biomonitor is a generally used term for wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital signs. Commonplace among the affluent as an additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. Bleh. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion.
Oh.
Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities? Nothing at all, huh? The police mentioned a talk screen? Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when he first arrived, typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the talk screen gave them nothing. What do you mean they gave it nothing? A test performed on David Asher when he arrived at Gatesfield Memorial Hospital to determine what, if any, illicit substances were in his body. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the... What the fuck is... How? A salt shaker that was accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The whole cap fell off and spilled salt across the kitchen counter. An omen of bad luck. Is it like... So, about salt shakers, is it like twist or like is it like a cap? You could just pop it off, cause like I don't think it should be able to easily spill like that with the cap detached. Do you think salt is like important here? I don't know. Why would you need large amounts of salt? After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David?
You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered?
Those friends of yours. Private sector folks? Yeah, and pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah. Patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in. I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart. Using international IP law as your own personal minefield.
How so?
Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Formulae? Formula? Formulae? Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago. And that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Formulae, Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back, but for the rest of the field... Well, corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now?
So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance. Something that the hospital could have easily identified.
If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new doesn't mean it's original.
Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name but with a patented structure?
Sorry, sweetheart. It's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no, not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I'd guess it must have been about 20 milligrams?
Is 20 milligrams a lot?
Not for a medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to view the body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. I bet. Okay then, let's get started.
Whoa!
Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right. You'd ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake, and it came damaged, and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it even though you were right, and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one.
I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands.
You're expecting something more drastic?
The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone, and I can't find a difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable.
Could be a skill issue. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. That's crazy, Morgan! What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You can't just say that! Bro. Okay. Alright. Anyways. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen it transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least.
You're going to smoke? Here? Now?
I'll pay the fine.
That's not the issue.
Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio.
And some don't grieve at all, it seems.
I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light?
Adonai, you have your cigarette backwards.
How the fuck did you mess that up? How the fuck? Huh? She's not as unaffected as she wants to seem. Alright, that's back into the cold storage for him, so... Need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic? But there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True. People are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very Rockbird's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it.
Goodbye, Yumi.
And goodbye to you, Greenie.
My name is Sarah.
Nice to meet you, Sarah. Whoa. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the more economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of How Industries. Lokkun? Lokchun? Tethys? Neath? Fuck if I know! Each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows! Whalefall. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful.
Weight is commonly listed. And my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that?
Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city. A towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative.
Synopsis. Relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there?
Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to.
History.
Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation. Yes? Yes? Yes! Thank you. Okay. Okay.
How did you know my father?
What?
I'm sorry. Did I interrupt your brooding?
No. What did you ask?
My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like?
Can't you just scroll through our socials?
Father avoided social media. And your online presence is not significant.
You saying I don't have enough followers?
Essentially.
We went to the same college.
You studied programming?
No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology.
Is that a good way to prepare for law school?
I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics.
What classes did you share then?
Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he
Was the first?
He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help.
Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance.
What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball?
You weren't?
Sarah, I need you to look at me in the eye and ask if I really am capable of being the belle of the ball. One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for his tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though, wanted to cram the rest of the night.
Father had to cram? For an undergraduate midterm?
Did I say something scandalous?
He's been called the founder of modern programming.
Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. It wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him.
You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying.
No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong.
You gave him a placebo.
He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in.
And a test?
B+, I think.
I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him.
I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published his paper.
The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics.
One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but
it still hasn't failed any known Turing tests in the years since.
Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate.
What did you tell him?
I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early.
You are referring to his one-point doctrine.
Quality over quantity.
Simple and elegant, just like his code.
Simple and elegant, but... Anathema! But anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. What the fuck is anathema? Sounds like anema. Enema. A formal what? A curse? A curse. It's just a curse. Something to, or someone being hated or avoided, formal excommunication by church. Yeah, okay, sure. Yay! Woo! But obviously they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends?
I am. But, Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for?
That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you.
Gulp!
Say you understand.
I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead?
Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. What, did he catch her in the act for one of her victims? And he was actually really chill with it? I don't know.
Sub-lobby A8.
Ah, fucking Noble. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. Euclidean use? Yeah? Yes? Okay. The greatest minds of each generation coming together just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses.
Adonai, is something bothering you?
Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood.
Yay! I need to use the restroom. I'll be back. Teehee. Be nice. Where's my stupid baby? Okay. I will wash my hands and etc. and etc. Be nice to Amy Nui. Amy Nui, just 2 more days! 2 more days until Amy Nui's dead! There's something about you, girl. makes my head wanna twirl. Ugh. Oh. Thanks for the pea pennies. Hi. I was very thorough in my hand washing. Bitch. Okay. Hi. Hello. Those were more like dollars? Well, have you considered the YouTube cuts? Duh. Silly. I miss Eimi Nui already, so you hate me. I'll never be like her. Hold on. I gotta... Hold on. Okay. Can I turn into Eimi Nui? No. No. What was I saying? Right. Okay, we're playing game. We're playing video game. Inspect. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves. Like it's always been here.
That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere.
I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here?
Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in.
Gulp?
I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. They changed the logo again.
Noble Electronics.
How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you?
It's just the corporation where my father worked.
Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company.
You said it again. The company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you?
So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that?
Is it just a part of the corporate culture?
Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them.
Gulp!
You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion.
Oop.
When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Watch. Is there anything else before I watch? Can't I look at the statue of David? Which is kind of crazy, considering. It's not the statue of David, it's the thinker. I'm kind of washed. I guess that's it. Okay.
So much energy. So many people. Also, intent.
You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty.
But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays?
All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess.
All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing?
Making work for themselves.
You can be very cynical, can't you?
Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'm gonna make them wish. Morgan? That's me. What voice do I give this individual? Like, what if on the off chance this is a beautiful woman? What if the off chance, you know? You never know! You never fucking know! Alright, a lot of overwhelming... an overwhelming, vote for Deku. Alright. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes? He says? Like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have... Apologies, let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes? That is Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that! It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. He's even doing the head scratch, oh my god! Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and what shape or size, and then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart! So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding, there are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. 3 p.m. Just 3 hours left until the trial! Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Basement floor 9. God damn! Wow! Whoa! It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I'll need more than a cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise.
Not funny, didn't laugh.
What's being built out there? Our top-of-the-line brand-new bestsellers. The Animate 16 Warm. Looks kinda cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well. All the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can just... Why is he so tall? Oh, because she's standing in the back? I don't know. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini. But how do you get the synthetic and organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began working on the warm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... Right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you pass an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you. We try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out half a dozen of them, but... Right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite? Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from, Dr. Asher? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. Chassis? What the fuck am I... Hello? Chassis! Chassis? You're fucking me. You're fucking with me. Chassis! But the serotonin, the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Young. Is that how you pronounce that? You don't actually pronounce the J, right?
Yes, okay.
Young. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Young before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Young collaborated with David on a technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah makes the android so distinct. He couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Young. Did he partner with her on this? An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. DAWs? The inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh, yeah. HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so... Can't have your employees losing focus on the job. could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David. Are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations. Or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there. Swallow a red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement. Like going from torches to a light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. What the fuck? The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. What the fuck? What? I don't even need to read this one out loud. What? Wrong one, it's bulimia, not anorexia. The fuck? Yeah, I know, right? Again, what the fuck? Sarah, are you hearing this shit?
I think I get it, Adonai.
What is this? This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was snapping in. If DOS says quality assurance, is it some kind of Android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. It looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? That's so funny. Anything else I might miss before proceeding? Oh, there is! There's something out there that caught my eye when he came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. I squint through the glass. Out on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. But it isn't red, it's pink. Gulp. Gulp. Whoa. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right, sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment. Changing it from blood red to psychopop pink? Fuck? Also, let me look at this. August 1st, 189 centimeters tall, 78 kilograms, A negative blood type. Chief supervisor in Android manufacturing quality control, likes hammocks, calligraphy, and pale ale, dislikes first dates, conference calls, and 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practiced handshake, struggles with solving captchas. Hair starting to gray. Crazy. David's autopsy. Lost consciousness at 8:03, declared dead at 8:25 in the ICU. Redacted, presiding. Cause of death, respiratory failure. Unknown substance detected in bloodstream. Approximately 20 milligrams total. The loud, crumbling handwriting at the bottom of the document reads, "The fuck is talk screen? Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare." Whoa. That's fun. Chromafuge. Manufacturing machinery that processes organic fluids used in the production of warm androids. Remove byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood thereby. Why is this evidence? I thought this would be like a search term. Poison? Question mark. Unidentified substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death. It has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. No additional traces found anywhere at the crime scene or in David's penthouse. The fuck? Without that chromafuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. Yep, makes sense. The article he was reading? Yeah, maybe. Oh, speaking of articles to read, oh boy! What have we got on this datapad? Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan's Peak, much of our world today, and in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assists us in nearly every industry on the planet. There is a very simple, primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys. And we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected. And it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who, in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described the concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Oh, we got to log in? No. Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be... I don't think they really give a fuck, right? Or maybe that would be a PR nightmare. I guess. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry, could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cool. Okay, thank God. It wasn't giving me the chips. I was like... If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. Okay. Anything else I might miss? Not like I think I'm allowed to miss anything here. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer, for short. Real high quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. What does it do?
Nano-level flash fab.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? Flash fabrication? A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilize parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was, historically, prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration of and investments in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, use of and demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of the surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, though the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Whoa.
Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines.
You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids?
The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution.
A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use?
Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machine particle by particle.
Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. Must be time consuming.
You would think, but Randolph cracked the code on parallel microfracturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and dips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes.
Nectar? It's sticky?
It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof.
What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own, for some reason. Nanofacturer. A machine capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Why is this evidence? I'm scared.
All done? You ready to get the ad handled?
Thanks for humoring me.
Can you have it step into the scanner?
As he says.
Understood. Right then. What are we looking at here?
Whoa.
There's a lot to unpack here.
We theorized that it may have been Asher's pincushion.
A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here.
What language is that on the screen?
Tess. You know, Tesseract. All mobile products and, well, pretty much all our products, period, are programmed in Tess.
What? Tesseract 4.6, better known as Tess, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allow androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues. What do you mean, gradual erasure of many spoken tongues? What happened? Contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, Tess is virtually unchallenged as a global lingua franca. What? Lingua franca. What the fuck? Today, Tess is virtually unchallenged as a global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. What the fuck? The
gradual erasure of many spoken tongues? Oh, that's scary.
They got rid of C, bro! Easy to read and write. Stay compliant. Now, this model, what's it go by?
Sarah.
This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large, I can't. No, wow, he had to measure it using. Hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking? That's. Hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenets? Tenets? A programming framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software. Any and all contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio of 3 priorities that governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supported tenets has ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. That's so funny. Tenets are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenet limit below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed from any program was TNT_safety0, aka tenet 0 or tenet 1. Said tenet dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People versus Volsten's defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required. Though tenet 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Oh, god damn it. Oh, come on, man. God fucking damn it. Oh, no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its own tenets would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean there are androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids. So yeah, I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios, breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah?
Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity.
Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? I'm telling you, Mizuki, I the Somnium Files. And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says... That can't be right. Look, Dawes. actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore the logs? Not here, not with this machine. I'd need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah?
I cannot answer that question with any accuracy.
I had a feeling you might say that. Ads, am I right? Sorry. I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside? Sorry. Didn't expect to hit a dead end here. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally, we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit?
She is.
As it says. Unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. And you fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... Never mind. Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here, nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenants total and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents and then the first lawsuits and then the hearings and the legislature. And a demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There's a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated hard-coded decision points to get there, I get that. But since the armor's y'all the only one using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. That's what we're prioritizing here? Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects versus Genus Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenets from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny. Ads with the most tenets, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with a single-digit tenant count are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but... what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number, try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. Evaluation of the android Sarah's financial value by an insurance algorithm. The fact that this is evidence is making me very scared. Takes into account the fact that Sarah is the only known android made by David Asher, the last known piece of tech he worked on. The fact that he is now deceased and cannot create any more. The fact that Sarah is one of a kind. The value of the components used in her construction. And the potential profits reaped from the experimental technology contained within her. Totals to a very large sum. Jesus.
You spoke differently back there. With Dawes. You spoke like he did, it seemed.
Like I copied his accent?
You seemed to mirror his affect, his tone.
It's called being friendly. What's your point?
It was just an observation.
You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required.
Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai?
For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data.
And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer!
No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker.
An android can't get arrested?
People get arrested. Property gets seized.
Gulp!
And then smashed. Great. You put us over the weight limit.
I did no such... Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
Who's asking?
Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young.
Shit. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up.
I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very
convenient,
forceful, as if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation.
If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle.
I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate.
Or just let the elevator drop. Very true, very true. Whoa, that entire registration process was only like an hour? Dang.
Do I still have tea left in my cup?
Oh, awkward, I do. It's cold now. Oh, hello! I like your bell bottoms. Oh, hello! Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. If I speak first, that gives her the impression that I'm weak, but I'm actually not. You know?
Oi!
Not like I can save scum, but you know. I don't have time for this inverted staring contest. Enjoying the view? I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No. I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Young. Just Miss is fine. Miss Young, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you. Though, I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did. But as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, and every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear.
Lawyers. Plural. Oy. Oy, oy, oy. I don't know if I have a hiccup or not. I don't know.
You have an android. It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it. I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know that he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Young is his superior on paper, if not in fame, and I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle mobile's ever seen. Touché. And... so perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake. No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning, then? You went to his home last night? Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call? In person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in, and we talked. About? The good old days, if you could believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young. Putting a number on it doesn't sound that long ago, but feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later...
that he would be dead.
That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No. I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned the Vidal straight to his helipad with one button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a talk screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying as close attention to what they were saying at that point. But I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE's... SOP, fuck. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why?
As I said, he got quieter as the time passed and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. Oh gosh. Time to save. Profiles. Young. December 9th, 166 centimeters tall, 59 kilograms. AB positive. Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics. Likes red meat, flower gardens, heights red counts, dislikes working from home, shopping online, and waiting. Languages fluent in 3. Enjoys attending baseball games. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. Interesting, interesting. Water glass. Bears Helen Young's DNA. Okay. So now we know the witness, so it updated. Okay. You said CCE standard operating procedure a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for counter corporate espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense. You understand? So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned? They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops? Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. That's smart. Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible! Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing compared to when they want to turn in an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady. Malady? Malady? It's malady, right? Yes, it's malady. Malady! Or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first. Cups. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was... inexperienced and overpaid. He must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating.
The two of them made the 1 point doctrine? That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I've ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by the end of the day. 7 p.m. rolled around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 p.m. and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finished, and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat that I've just stopped pitching water, and he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning. Just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated? Placated? Placated. Anyways, passed up and ghosted but together, David and I had finally gotten a win. So David asks if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in the cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle. He says he wants to toast. This is an important CG, huh? So we sat there, 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed in the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. David Asher and Helen Young started at Noble at the same time and position. They would often toast their hard-won victories with cheap liquor and plastic cups in commemoration of their first big win, convincing Noble Electronics to adopt what became known as the 1 point doctrine approach to Android manufacturing, emphasizing quality over quantity. Okay. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So is he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Young's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right.
What do you mean?
I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings.
Scandalous.
Cute. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday, and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed synatonin, the factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, synatonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it.
Oh, good night, Daddy.
The VOD will always be here if you give a fuck about toxic Yuri. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. You don't give a fuck about toxic Yuri? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Have a good night or whatever. Soon, he was joining the discussion and proposing new ideas. And eventually, they came to follow his lead. Just like that? Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough, shit. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. So, this android, Sarah. Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project?
Pet?
No. He never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice.
He never mentioned me.
No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card? The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected potential discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom.
You have a mailroom?
Not since the 30s, just a figure of speech.
Aww.
He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret? Every time Sarah goes ... and makes a face, I'm verbalizing the expression. It's so fun. She's so fun. I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results.
Gulp.
Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran. I'm running out of leads to chase. This brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. Huh. That conversation was 20 minutes-ish. Would you kindly slow the hell down?
I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you?
That wasn't walking! That was speed walking! Up 2 flights of stairs! It's very different!
Speed walking! Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zhenjiao?
Just let me catch my breath for a minute.
Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape?
No.
But since we left the cab, your heart rate has...
I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes.
Is that... so?
Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate. And the sun's reaching its zenith.
That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp...
You said it would be a short walk from the street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. And you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here?
The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it.
Maybe if you're a mountain climber? When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or jazz club. The champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila neon part of town.
It should be in view if we turn. Adonai, be careful.
Of what?
It's a stray. And it's baring its fangs, too. It could be carrying diseases. You should...
Relax.
Adonai, it's growling!
It's not growling at me. See?
So, it's just me that it doesn't like.
Too much static.
How do you get it to calm down?
It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm.
Do you like animals?
What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals?
Do you have a pet?
No, never have.
Why not?
Because I don't want to take care of a pet.
That seems counterintuitive to me.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you.
But...
You notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety?
It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I've rarely been addressed directly by people other than you.
In other words, you're shy.
That's not what I... Can I try petting it?
There's no law against it.
Cute, 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 cute. Yeah. Amy coded. I don't think so.
Ultraviolets.
This is the establishment.
Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims.
Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met?
I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. What? What do you mean last night? He was dead for 2 days!
So they were close. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together?
That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about.
Inappropriate? Adonai, it's only sad.
I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me.
Did you catch the killer yet?
No.
What the hell? I sent you his POS.
I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now.
Lame.
Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes?
Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect.
If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a terrorist. A really good architect. Okay. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started out working in Cube. So, in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. Or something. You know, that literature homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy! Did that come through or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. I take it Cube is a programming language? What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube? You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and, like, machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines. Under the ocean. Middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So, Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged? Is there static? Bleh? I don't know. Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. There is? No way. Is it? Surely it's fine. Okay, fixed it. Okay. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Cute. The stage for the talent, pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark once you get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere is not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. Wonder what they'd say. If they're smart,
They'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock.
Debate settled.
Okay. Oh, she's such a delight.
Appraise. Read. What kind of reading material gets left out in a club? A tabloid interview? Exclusive sit-down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials. And then double-check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now, get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's being called, in perhaps the only true unanimous vote in the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name?
People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so...
You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share price.
Yay! I'm happy for them, of course. But to be honest, it's a pain at times like this.
She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way?
Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house.
Does it stress you, all that attention?
Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless.
Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share?
Be a little bratty. Act a little spoiled. Keeps you young.
How old are you anyway? Exactly. Everyone's dying to know.
18 to 29. Now and forever.
Quick! Quick! Log in! Log in so you can read the rest! Quick! Quick! Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. It might do her more good than that face in the end. Whoa. Ooh. Cube was a Tier 5 programming language commonly used in the mid-21st century robotics, intended to support robust behavior trees in low data stream environments. Its design philosophy emphasized lean, goal-oriented learning that would not be reliant on bloated libraries and always online API, popularized in the 2030s. Rosie Fluff, real name unknown, first began working on Cube in 2044 as part of a student robotics project. Cube 0.9 released in 2045, and by 2048, Cube 3.1 had already found itself embedded in robotics engineering across the globe. Despite having what is considered a relatively high barrier to entry in user knowledge and execution, Cube gained widespread popularity, particularly among disaffected communities in third world countries where internet access would remain unreliable for the next 2 decades as regional conflicts would continue. Infamously, Contra Fighter engineers utilized Cube during the 27-day siege. The what? I'm sorry? Huh? To seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces in a cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did. Cube has not been developer supported since 2063 and is considered a defunct programming language. But because of its documentation... Because much of its documentation was never ported from the old net, and due to its incompatibility with tenets, there's little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to archive it. What? Where did you read that robotics still use it? It's gone, bro. You can hack robots with it? Can you? Is that what Fran said? Bleh. Maybe. It's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's... I see. In the grand scheme of things, is she powerful or powerless? Because she's just an influencer, right? Some rises are too meteoric for even the Megs to grab the reins on. At this point, luxury's got them at her mercy. She can send her stocks into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Good for her. Yeah, 3,000% is kind of crazy. A bar stocked full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste in the gap between chewing and swallowing. So, you can, like, eat things?
Yes, I can.
What, like, android food?
There is no such product.
So, what do androids eat?
Online user guides for Noble Swarm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes.
Sounds like a lot... It sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety.
According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term.
Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food?
No, it is not like dog food at all.
Can you buy it from the pet store?
It seems that you can.
How is this something you have to look up anyway?
Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me.
Like what?
Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Foie gras.
Never hydroponic is this movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural That's crazy! Lobbyists for the movement have made unsubstantiated claims about superior taste or nutritional value, but the label has yet to receive official state recognition, and thus the presence of the term, or terms like it, on food packaging carries no weight and is not backed by any legal guarantee. One of a number of food sourcing movements that arose in the latter half of the 21st century as rising sea levels reduced the total amount of arable land around the world and shifted the global agricultural industry towards hydroponics and vertical farms, rural skyscrapers where each floor is utilized for food production, just like in my Minecraft world, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather on our agricultural output. Wow, they made Minecraft real. That's so cool. Awesome.
That sort of thing.
I am not paying for any of that. Oh, okay, yeah, that's him, alright. Looks like he's killing time before his sets tonight.
Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai?
I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll... cut the bullshit. Isaac Porter? What's up? My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. Right now I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Were you a friend from work? No. Over here. Thanks, Isaac. Let's look at his profile. September 18th, 183 centimeters tall, 86 kilograms. B positive, occupation musician, bassist. Okay, never trust a bassist, but Okay, we're just gonna roll with it. Likes itineraries, grilling, champagne. Grilling! Dislikes resistance training, producers, ads. Whoa. The best at gift giving, the worst at folding laundry. Favorite quote, I don't do requests. I see. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So, what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that, then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac. It's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah.
Yes, Adonai.
The hell? Is that thing transmitting?
I am not streaming any data, no.
Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine.
Gulp!
You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Yesterday. Whoa! Ugh. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on record, or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting his single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes, and he'd still sit there the rest of the night unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night, things were slow and my set had been cancelled and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he'd insist on coming there night after night, just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, "Because I like your music." Man, did that tick me off. It was cute early on. Him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until... There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were. And how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset, he'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights not giving a shit when people walked away, and still, I had the stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't. So I ended it. Last night. I called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. But he answered, first ring. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. and then asked if that was all I called to tell him. Ugh. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He had made it that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt, but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do? Any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go.
Your discography is very impressive.
Yeah, thanks.
And your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think...
Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere else first, butcher them before shitting them back out?
I was not trained on any data sets that...
Nah, pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell is that about?
He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model, an early 21st century...
Not that. Why'd you talk to him?
I wanted to... I just felt that I should say something to him.
A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else is just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging.
You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai?
Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left.
Is there still somewhere you want to investigate?
Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. Back at home? Noble Employee Housing Building Platea, yeah? Penthouse basement, yep, okay.
The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene?
I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle.
Other angle?
You know, inductive versus deductive? Flip the chessboard and all that? Haven't you ever read a mystery novel?
I've seen mystery films.
Well, let's see if you paid it any attention then. What killed David Asher?
Poison.
10 points.
There's a point system?
Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream?
He must have ingested it orally.
And how do we know that?
The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds.
And if he had inhaled it?
Inhaled it? Why?
Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them.
I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice.
Practice by answering my question.
I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler.
Right. An airborne poison is either shoved into your face or sprayed over a wide area, and no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms, so all we're left is oral intake.
Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai? My eyes are sparkling, for I am intrigued.
Young's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night, and the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home.
Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive.
Young was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned.
That all seems logical and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So, why are we down here?
Minus 10 points.
Back to 0?
David left the parlor and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Young told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs supported her story.
So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar?
Better. 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet?
The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches that poison down here.
So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then? I need to flip this around again.
But if you turn something around 360 degrees, you're just back to...
If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself.
He wouldn't do that.
And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera?
From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar.
So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time,
he would have a perfect alibi for the crime,
proving his innocence.
But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here.
I think there are.
What do you mean?
This whole building is coated head to toe in Penumbra security systems courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that.
That panel is...
manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse?
I've never given it much thought.
Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale its 64-digit wall.
You mean...
signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before?
It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home.
At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wants to prove his innocence?
Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command.
Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that?
For the purposes of record keeping, yes.
If you...
I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building.
Where are they feeding it to, if not the Penumbra system?
Behind my hibernation unit.
A false wall in the back of a safe.
I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have hidden a system of cameras inside his own home?
Beats me! He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric.
I see. I think?
I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time's short. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later. Jesus. What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry?
What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising?
Did you ever see him use any of this crap?
No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health.
Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame.
Don't be so sure, Adonai.
Pardon?
The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters a global dunk bank on Fredericksburg Lane. Kill me. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings, but the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: "That man was all muscle." The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, his suitcase explodes! But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush toward the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality! And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when he switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do just because of how he looks on the outside.
Sarah, every single word you just said was false.
Huh?
Don't believe everything you read on the internet.
Aw. Phooey.
What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation?
I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before.
Might want to get those eyes checked.
There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation.
How? Did David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? Probably the cameras will tell us something. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now. They didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, can I make you anything?
Well, if you're offering, I'll have...
Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever?
Technically...
Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up, maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb on to the top of the ladder.
This is a rolling ladder. A kind of step ladder. Not a ladder.
What?
Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out.
And?
It's important to know the distinction.
I bet my life savings that this subject will never come up again ever. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. With the ladder and step ladder distinction, it's very important. I assure you, it's so important. It's so fucking important. You guys aren't well versed in the Ace Attorney references? Come on! Come on! So is that the original?
It was appraised and confirmed it to be genuine.
At least you didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see?
I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature. Two kings of the forest. The stag and the tiger. I think.
Great. I'm officially less cultured than the robot. Alright, let's refocus here. So, there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh?
Essentially. So, A bunk bed would imply a second or third.
How do we open it?
One moment. Beep, 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 beep. I see.
Got it open already?
I cannot open this door.
Why?
It is a Tethys Basics sturdy cure.
That anti-hack feature in the name is real? Sturdy Cure's made up? How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know?
It's a closed system, Adonai.
The hell am I supposed to do now?
Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters.
I don't follow.
When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating.
He made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open?
It'll be a 6-character password. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word?
Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? Fuck, are you kidding me? Is this letters? Oh, fuck. Her name? It can't just be her name, right? It can't just be her name. No way.
Was that your name you just tried?
It's 6 characters, isn't it?
Yes. But it's not exactly secure, Adonai. Anyone who knew you and Father were close could have tried guessing it. Was there some word that only the two of you knew? A nickname?
Pretty much everyone just calls me Morgan. But not everyone.
Eh? It's opening! What was the password, Adonai?
You'd never guess. That's crazy. Whoa. Did feel a bit out of character, David, utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room.
Scary.
A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints.
So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives,
someone slipped this into the mix. And it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality.
I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports of air particulates. Particulates. I don't know why I pronounce it that way.
You mean you could smell?
Better than any human. And some canines.
So does it smell stale in here to you?
Stale?
It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer.
You don't think the console is password protected?
2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, and a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all of that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in.
You're looking for camera footage.
I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life.
Was that a joke?
That was a joke. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be time-stamped and formatted for short-range devices.
I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m.
You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at the time was David himself. Alright, let's see it then.
Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty.
Try double-clicking?
I have been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai, but they are encrypted.
Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand on the encryption program?
If I rush the sub...
Guys, I know you taught me how to say this word earlier, but I already forgot.
Subpoena. Subpeanut. Yes, peanut. Yes, that one.
If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into.
These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool.
Cube! Aw, man.
This appears to be Father's own work.
Shit. If David Asher handwrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey. Was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special?
Adonai,
Can you break his encryption, yes or no?
with enough time,
And how much time would that be?
I would estimate about 2 to 6 hours.
That's a 4-hour window.
No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process.
2 to 6 hours? I don't have any better options. Get started.
I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago.
Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time.
I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes, so long as the work required is rote.
So you're... doing it in the back of your head?
Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head.
She's so cute.
If I could give the decryption process my full, undivided attention... I could give the decryption process my full, undivided attention, but I would become unresponsive.
Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take this show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery?
I have copied the encrypted files and will work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready.
Dang, that's kind of useful. Oh my god, is she gonna finish encrypting mid-trial? Oh my god, bro! Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. That means she has more computational power than anything we've ever made. She's basically on quantum computer level. Yeah, I'd hope on a frickin', whatchamacallit? What, in a world where she can exist? Yeah.
Ay 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 ay. Ay 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 ay.
Alright. But he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings. A platinum bar? His birth certificate. Might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. And down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of these phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Whoa! Whoa! Details compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract, and how arbitrations would be handled. Not a light read. Jesus. Hold on to this for me.
It must be very important if you're giving it to me.
It's certainly very heavy.
Was there anything else in there?
Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up?
It is a possibility, isn't it?
Maybe in a corny old murder mystery.
A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries.
There is something else. Your papers.
That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah.
It's dated to a few weeks back. Had he already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was that just a backup plan? Well, at least we got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now.
Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it?
Not if people realize how precious you are.
Duh.
As a collector's item...
Not funny, didn't laugh.
We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this.
It's good that you do, then. I'm glad that father wanted me to go with a friend of his.
Yeah. This'll get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college.
You could at least pick a charitable institution.
It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
You can cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority.
There's an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation.
That's irritating, but I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there.
The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7.
I'll prepare on the way over.
Very good, Adonai.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yay! Yippee! Does it excite you? Going into courtrooms?
Yeah, I get to see my girlfriend.
What do you...
Oh, what do you mean?
You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the persecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses?
Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day?
Probably not. Though, that would be nice if it were.
What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something?
We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. Though, he was rarely the one who suggested it.
So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway?
What do I get?
Why do you do it? What's your reason?
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to.
I like the performances.
Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something?
He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people.
I hadn't noticed.
I read the net. And I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's all so subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned. And I often struggle to grasp them. You're all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate. Their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction. So, these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai?
What about me?
Do you like movies?
Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid.
Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film?
It was a long time ago. I don't remember.
Oh, Sarah. Oh, Sarah!
State building. Floor 48. Damn. That's a lot of floors. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer.
5 minutes late?
No! Oh, yes. Never mind, I lied. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and 100! And paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead or that he'd have thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? Mostly because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at?
I can confirm that I am making progress.
Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent.
Give it your best shot anyway.
4%.
Oh, man. God damn it.
Are you feeling confident in your case?
Markedly less so after hearing that.
Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument?
What are you talking about?
Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict?
Adjutants are always a coin flip show.
Nani, what is this? Oh, never mind.
You do know an adjutant is, don't you?
You're 4 hours late? You skipped the entire investigation. We're at the courthouse, man. We're preparing our case. What the heck? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Are you still checking for GG updates?
Yes. I got a notification, but it was from one of those make-a-quote bots.
I got the notification because it's a freaking gold checkmark account and not someone I follow. Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and the gavel when we get in there?
Should I not?
Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails.
Adjutants are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state.
While most adjutants are designed and sold as software and loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records if need be, ruling on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjutants by third parties have shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a ninefold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the notary system among software engineers. Because each of these 9 personas are constructed a different think tank or institution from across political spectrum, ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single, authoritative, loud voice. With the state's court backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as to the continued need for adjutants to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. Yay! Sarah's Papers, a written document declaring that Evangeline Morgan is to be given absolute ownership of the android Sarah effective immediately, signed by David Atter, not dated. Tax-free transaction, fortunately. Yay! We can't save during the trial? Wait, I can't save during the trial? Wait, I thought I could save, I just couldn't. Wait, what? Oh fuck, am I ready? I guess we'll know soon, shit! You could save, don't worry. Okay, yay, yippee! I am surprised that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload. Been that way for decades. But how is a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling? Crunchy, yummy, static, no. No. Incorrect. You're lying. Is it gone? Are we good? I didn't hear it that time, see? Okay, it's good. Yay! Yippee. Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. Well, it's back now. It's back? And it's worse? Dude, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't do nothing. Is it good? Is it good? Is it okay now? Still there? Is it still there? Fixed? Okay. Yay. Beep. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings. Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high-profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's That's a logical question to ask.
And the answer is...
That logic only gets you so far when it comes to people.
Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible...
Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had.
Such as...
disgust.
What?
That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do, or don't, find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with.
I don't understand.
Yeah, well, therein lies the problem.
Oh.
I love it when Morgan loses the light in her eyes. It's so awesome. Emma! Emma, my sweetie, come here! Come here into my arms! Courtroom 48D. Hi!
Yay!
Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her.
That's the adjutant. Up there? Is it asleep?
It's loading. The adjutant has massive knockers. And hands. Goodness gracious!
It needs to load.
Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk.
There's an audience.
You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire, even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be a paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of the circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services.
What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed?
With all those films you watch, I'd figured that you could extrapolate.
I'm asking so as to correct any misconceptions.
Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case.
That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct?
Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual in the case.
What do you do then? Sit here and watch?
Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me.
You said that before. Discovery means...
Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation.
Which I can provide.
You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you?
And the jury. I don't see where they would sit.
The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers, where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And it's a tongue twister, okay? Anonymity. Fuck, whatever. It's a lot of you know? It's a lot. Anonymity.
Sorry, not an issue. Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them?
You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with.
So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant?
Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. Bro, I'm playing on high roller mode. I'm gonna die. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect, or even a motive, for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less.
I think it's waking up.
What voice should I give her? Should I make her like a valley girl? I don't know. I don't know. Mommy voice, valley girl, Hatsune Miku, legally blonde. What would justice sound like? Friends. Teammates! To hell with that! That's what justice sounds like to me. What, the most robotic voice you can muster?
This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD_84 presiding.
Nah. I call to order the case of the people versus Asher. Did the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Did the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show start. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bud! Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Your Honor? Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Wait, I love her! Wait, she's oof! Wait, why did they make oof to the fucking... Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. Now, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone.
I didn't realize that adjutants were so lively.
They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's to look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Why is she so moe? You're already calling her oomph? Girl, you've known her for 2 minutes, and she is oomph to me! She is oomph to me, okay? You don't think if I went up to her and we exchanged Instagram, she wouldn't immediately follow me back and start hyping me up and like liking all my posts? That's her! She's a girl's girl! Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgments here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outbursts from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. Well, it's Yumi. Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me! Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you could still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was... Yeah, what she said! You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor! Whoa. Girl! What did she say? Hey! You can't do that! What the fuck? Being cute is my job! God damn, we've barely gotten started! That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. Halt, heads up. Making mistakes will increase your blind! Blind is how much credit you lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. I'm gonna kill myself, bro. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Oh, lord. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. Blind 1. Oh my god. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. Ugh. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? What? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you could still advance text faster if you want, with space or left mouse. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until you call. Do I get penalized if I let it loop? Or only if I make the wrong call? Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whoa. The subject passed away to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. Wait, why is my blind -3? What? Wait, can I review my fucking bullets? Can I please review my bullets? After choosing to call on a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Hover over 3 cards that show up and left click to make your choice before their timer runs out! No! Fuck! No! I was reading! That is... Opened your mouth without thinking, huh? I was trying to look over my cards! You didn't let me look over my cards! There's only room for one airhead in this courtroom, and it's not you! It's me! Of course, Your Honor. Wait, hold on, I have to look at this shit! It was whiskey? The whiskey? The glass? The cup, I mean. Or water glass? And what else was it? Was the autopsy a part of it? She has a birthday? Adjutant AD 84, September 2nd. She's 263 centimeters tall, weighs 300 kilograms, likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics, dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign, Libra, self-assigned. That's funny. Type, open, obedient, observant, O people. Okay. 3 sizes. Okay, thanks. Anyways. Alcohol. Okay, we're being really lawyery up. Okay. We're being lawyerly. Being very lawyerly. Wanna bet? It's impossible for David Asher's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. That makes sense. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything that they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I'd like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. Oh, wait. I lied. That was me. Sorry. That's correct. I think we're all gonna get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific fitting name for the substance. A name like Omega. Omega-3! That name's already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta. Used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect in the body when ingested.
You say ingested. Why?
I eliminated all other possibilities during my examinations of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid.
Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely.
The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screens showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure,
Except for this unknown substance. The poison we've labeled Delta.
Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. People shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. Okay, thank God. I was holding my breath like, God damn it.
As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves.
How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested a Delta unknowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, and thus David committed suicide. Blackjack! During Blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Fuck! I'll rubber press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win Blackjack when you reach exactly 21! So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument, and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. What? Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally, but how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities I checked, but... Knowingly ingested? I don't think that's a answer. That's a question she can answer. Yeah, I don't think she can answer that, bro. Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Isn't it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Okay, I'll kill myself. You could argue or speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working. Right, thank you. So I do have to press? How sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. That was pointless! Yeah, I'm too used to being a prosecutor, man! Being a defense attorney fucking sucks! I say, having played Ace Attorney before. That was not pointless. I know, I'm just like... I know, okay? Depends on the concentration. Okay, depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Withdrawn.
Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case. Hold on. Where am I? Okay.
What, so I ask again?
What?
Try the other one? Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I've had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant, and just enough of any depressant, and respiratory failure would occur.
Oh, chat's covering it. You're right. I had to move you guys. Boop. And then... boop. But what am I supposed to... I have to reach exactly 21. So...
You ran simulations, so you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do, given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described.
Was there a question in that statement, counselor?
You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet, anyway. Seems like that's... blackjack. This game's so stylish. I reached 21 in blackjack! I got an achievement! Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened.
Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor.
It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor.
The witness will answer the question.
Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened.
Undiagnosed pneumonia? With his level of healthcare?
It is technically possible. I'll take it! I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just all about all I can imagine. Manage.
Detective Reyes, you are one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Hi, Pookie Bear!
Yes, ma'am.
And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene?
I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen.
What did they find when they arrived on the scene?
The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called him. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I have expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing-in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot-heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom. The very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive.
And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves?
None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics' security division, we searched the entire building. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and deceased drank from.
So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene?
The whiskey bottle was clean. The witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared.
Oh! Oh! Blueberry raid! Oh shit, let me adjust my chair.
I almost fell off because I'm too seated for this, bro.
Hi guys! I'm kind of in the middle of a court case. So, unless, you could stick around if you want to see me flop really badly on hard mode. Yay! Woohoo!
TLDR, I'm trying to buy time for my weird girl daughter android to encrypt a video file while trying to prove that her dad programmer didn't kill himself.
Hi.
Iguana Man, thank you. Take my fucking money. Oh, okay. Yay. Jamake, thanks for the 5 giffies. Wait, is Trem green yet?
Hi.
He became green, right? That happened? Hey, Amy, top 10 yaoi ships? I already answered. I already replied to the tweet. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, man. Whatever.
Hi.
He got the money for it, but his PayPal didn't work. What the fuck is the point? What the fuck? That's okay.
Hi. Welcome everyone to Isami Industries. Yay! Yippee!
Can you explain the yaoi? Or explain the mystery adventure game of the devil? Explain the ships? I'm kind of in the middle of a court proceeding. Komaeda Nagito x Hajime Hinata from Super Danganronpa 2. Kaname Date x Kuruto Ryuki from Ida Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. Persona 5 protagonist, aka Shujinko, x Akechi Goro from Persona 5 and arguably Persona 5 Royal. Lawlight, the 2 twinks from Death Note, fuck me. Kaimon, Kai Montiago x Damon Maitsu from Project Eden's Garden. Shuichi Saihara x Kokichi Oma from New Danganronpa V3. I have to search up their freaking names real quick.
Freaking my eyes are scratched.
I don't know what you guys, what hex one of you put on me, but suddenly my eyes got really itchy after saying that one. What the fuck?
What the heck?
Anyways, next, Kai Kazuma Asogi and Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Narumitsu, the Japanese ship name for Phoenix Wright X Miles Edgeworth from the Ace Attorney franchise. Tatsuya, I forgot his last name. What was his last name? Tatsuya Suo and Jun Kurosu? Yeah, I got that right. Okay. From Persona 2, Innocent Sin. Who?
Professor Guapo, thank you. We choose to believe in hamster. Yay! Yippee! Yippee!
Ugh. And then Clance from Voltron.
Your eyes twitching? That's because I was rubbing my eyes. The tracking probably went AWOL. Hehe.
Voltron ... I know, okay? I know. I feel like it's one of the big ones. It's one of the big ones. I felt like I had to put that there. Komahina at #1 is crazy. Holy shit, Rie's replied to me.
Brandon, thank you. Never heard of the country Yaoi before. Why do they have so many weird named ships? I don't know, man. It's kind of fucking crazy. I mean, like, I don't know. Komahina just hits. I feel like the Danganronpa fan game more than any is the biggest offender. Yeah, it is. But I had a slot to fill and I couldn't think of anything else. Amy, do you have any suggestions for breakfast at 3 a.m.? Pancakes. Pancakes. Yippee. Woohoo. Yay. Woohoo. Alright. Going on with the court proceedings.
Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know there's a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. A bright cup. Empty cup. And drug? What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Unidentified also says found that the blood stream just no additional traces found anywhere at the scene. This one? No additional traces. Right? So it had to be it had to have been brought in. If it's not anywhere on the premises, that kind of thing. David's cup. Fingerprints and saliva. Inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. Plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright on the dining table. Saliva and fingerprints. Contains no. Okay. He's the one who prepared their drinks, and there's no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry, if you ask me. To be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement, and there was no poison anywhere else. She slipped up there and made a claim she can't actually support. All I need to do is point it out, and then I'll get to watch her self-destruct, which should be fun. Oh wait, that's cute dialogue. I enjoy that. The thing is, I can't confidently call when I don't know which, freaking card to use. There is no poison anywhere else. What, the cup itself? The fucking cup itself? He himself poisoned? He was the one who prepared their drinks, and there's no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. If I call on he himself poisoned and it's wrong, I will kill all of you. Oh my god. He's the one who prepared their drinks, and there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me, but just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, and the basement. There was no poison anywhere else. The cup! I think that's just so... That's so... No, that's just... That's too fucking... That is too nitpicky. I don't know. I feel so uncomfortable doing that. All I need to do is point it out, and then I'll get to watch her self-destruct. Seriously, why the fuck? He's the one who prepared their drinks, and there's no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry, if you ask me. Just be sure you scan the kitchen and in the basement, but there's no poison anywhere else. Do I do it? I feel so weird. And the one you guys suggested, that he himself poisoned, what the fuck card am I supposed to use for that? I can stall as much as I want. There's no time limit. I can make her repeat herself as much as she wants. Empty cup, upright cup, and drug as a reminder. Would it be he himself poisoned? Okay, I'm taking the leap of faith. Want a bet? Yes! You can't make that claim, not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was, in fact, poisoned.
You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time.
But that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all aware.
Right. We all knew that.
I definitely knew that. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby!
Fire away.
Baby? She's my babe, all right. Reyes' testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me. But if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what happened. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems like he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He'd already poured? In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Could he have been poisoned off camera? No? Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible? I don't know how else it would have been done, but that just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Fuck me. It might certainly seem that way, yes? Fuck. Was the poison in the kitchen? That's a no. That's a definite no. Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If he had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right. They never found any poison. No poison at all. What about a poison container? No. Ace? What do I need? 4? What, do I just press that? I do press a poison container and then... At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No? He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him, why? Now I ask? Bro, I'm cooked. Bro, I'm cooked. The only people he saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them were there that day. Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Blackjack. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill.
Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil?
In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself.
Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source.
Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff. What the fuck is she on about?
Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. Piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Sold under the product name Manufacturer.
No fucking way that's valid.
Oh, I know this one! It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers!
Oh my god, it's valid. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor.
Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it.
Even an android could see where this is going.
With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really.
You think Ramdock Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals?
Using the manufacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions, so Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the productions of a drug that hasn't been invented yet.
That's...
Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset number 19.
Damn! I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was actually playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Oh, Emma, you beautiful, beautiful baby. Presets on David's model history exist for a compound identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death. Fuck!
Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course. Just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly after. Any objections so far, Counselor?
Not at this time, no. The timeline you described is accurate, as we know it.
As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup by placing it inside the nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events! He had the means. He had the only opportunity.
Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here now. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah?
Adonai,
I had a feeling you'd say that.
Well, counselor, are we done here?
Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive.
Oh, right, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so
Just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know?
So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part.
What are you talking about?
Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme! This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between a deceased and a man he was in a relationship with.
Oh, come on!
A man named Isaac Porter.
Porter and David's breakup call? If Emma wants to present it here, now, then the content must be... relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah, that? What bearing does this recording have at the case at hand? It establishes the emotional state of the deceased was in the day he died. Cool! Begin playback.
Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Oh, God. Isaac? You there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yes, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how have you been? Christ, David! What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? It's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac. Just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently, I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh, okay. So do you need anything, or should I... Where did you even get this?
All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's number system.
And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. All phone calls received. Good. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone. The last time.
Father.
It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that?
That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible?
Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just... pity?
Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night.
That was a bad move, Miss Rockford.
Then, if the people have nothing further to add...
I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant brain protesters and... But pitying me? Here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no?
You want to keep going? After all that? What are you doing, counselor?
Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for.
Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands?
Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today.
Of course, whatever I can do.
What is your relationship to the deceased?
I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications with him and other departments. That sort of thing.
Ultimate silver bullet? Starling's the only play I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long. If I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability.
Right.
Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally?
Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world.
She's been too quiet. I miss her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Intent?
I'm feeling like that's gonna be, sustained!
Did anyone ever threaten him?
There were times when he was the focus of negative attention.
How so?
Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop.
And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories?
Relevance?
Whether or not people wanted to kill him?
Well... withdrawn.
Miss Starling?
People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that Someone should do something to shut him up.
Did they ever talk about hurting him?
Yes. But I always turn those messages straight over to the police.
Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeah, who writes this stuff?
All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor?
Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns?
Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that what was he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but...
Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else, about hurting himself?
God, no, never.
Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety?
No.
So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this himself...
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
You're saying that you can't believe...
Objection!
On what grounds?
Asked and answered.
Stalling.
And also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter.
Juicy! And what matter specifically?
Mental health history.
Oh my god. Look. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real, so what the hell is this about?
We have private correspondence that describe...
If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission.
He can't give permission if he's already dead. And we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing!
Damn! I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record, but I was hoping at least slow her. Where are you on that footage?
77%. Approximately.
I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag.
I have here messages between Dr. Asher and the psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year. Along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum plan.
Caduceus? Caduki? Caduceus Platinum Insurance Policy in David Asher's name. Used to schedule and pay for psychiatric appointments on several occasions in the last year. Jessica Sterling testifies that David Asher has experienced harassing and stalkings. Okay. Isaac's call. Okay. Platinum?
I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh. Okay. I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls. Which, when put together, paint a clear picture of what kind of stress Dr. David Asher was experiencing. And the dark thoughts he was struggling with.
Transcripts of his phone calls?
I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections.
Object? No, I don't, except what she said. No, I do object. What? 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 Was it because of the platinum thing? Was it the platinum thing?
I'd say that the first time, yeah?
On the grounds of foundation, where did you say you got this?
It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity.
Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna fucking, ah!
Really? Really?
Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him, and he was also seeing this psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own, even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide this psychiatrist from Noble's spying? No, he was smarter than that. The phone calls? David hid psych treatments from Noble. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. Nah, that's crazy as fuck. What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck did she just say? What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months? Objection! Mischaracterization? Foundation? All the rest? There are no corporate spies in his courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months, your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? Morgan Mondays. That is... Sorry? But like... Did you... still... need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting! Yeah, she's oomph. She's oomph. The girls are fighting! Shut up! Yes, ma'am. With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding, I guess. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably ask only one more question. Better make it count. Miss Starling, we're all here trying to figure out what happened to Dr. Asher. Tell me, when did you last... My blind's already at -14, bro. I'm gonna... Not like I'll... Oh, God. My line of reasoning, I'm gonna ask C, because what are the chances she says Monday and that he was chilling at home and not at a psychiatrist's appointment, right? Right? I know the last she heard from him was two days ago. I know that. She told me earlier. When was the last time that you... Problem, counselor? I only get one chance here. Can't waste on frivolous questions. Just doing a vocal exercise. Uh-huh. Take all the time you need. Thanks so much. What a sweetheart. Unlike me. Duly noted. Oh my god. 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 Hear from him? Do I just do hear from him? I don't... I guess this is another way of saying see him. Okay. We're just throwing caution to the wind now. Okay, I somehow got all the wrong fucking answers. Okay, cool. I was right. Not right. I was wrong this entire time. That's the one answer I didn't want to choose because I thought it was irrelevant! When was the last time you spoke with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling?
Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. And do we feel that's relevant to your honor?
Relevant? It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in his whole trial.
What? I just got chills! Don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about.
On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changed the timeline of events as we know them. Oh. How did I remember that they corresponded Thursday night, but not what they were trying to do? I'm so fucking dumb, bro. I'm washed. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking. But the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Drag cards from your hand into the slots in chronological order, left to right. You can pick a card back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind, or drop it outside any slot to return it to your hand. Fill all the slots and submit your answer. Yes, that's it. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m.
And I was rooting for them so hard.
And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after.
The people don't object to that timeline of events, but we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it.
One last question, Miss Starling.
Yeah?
What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher?
Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android. There. Putting his affairs in order, I guess.
It might appear that way.
Huh?
Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done?
Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner.
Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen?
Well, he said it was pretty urgent, so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning.
Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance?
Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to...
Oh.
Oh!
To summarize then, half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday.
That's right! He was!
Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night.
Yeah, you're right. That's...
Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined?
That's...
Your logic is sound.
Did the people have a rebuttal?
If the court will just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that Delta must have come in from his manufacturer from inside the house.
Adonai.
Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the printer. If she decrypted the files and it shows that he was the one that used the printer, what the fuck do we do?
Adonai!
Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor?
Sure! Why not throw away your momentum?
I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford...
I gained access to the hard drive's files.
What? Seriously?
As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate.
Right. Okay. Do you have the footage from last night?
I have the file.
Have you watched it?
I thought you'd want to know right away.
Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart.
That seems quite risky.
It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer.
Yes, Adonai.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
Shoo. Your Honor. I'm awake!
And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast.
You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage?
The police corroborated the witness testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system.
You. What?
The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera.
Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera.
Exactly.
What?
That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the nanofactory, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement, footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself.
One clip of footage to prove all that?
If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better be the Joker who dances.
The data has been entered into the court record.
Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement.
Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here.
On screen.
That's the bar. And the timestamp is 7:36.
There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving.
At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were.
Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him?
Is there sound?
None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor.
What's that android doing on camera?
What the fuck is this? Okay, I knew there was gonna be a third person. I just didn't expect it to be Sarah! Sarah!
It's at the bar.
The android gave him the cups. Shit.
That machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of its death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit! What is this? I don't understand.
Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared.
Understood. Please, someone! I don't know what's going on.
Sarah, you need to shut down.
Please, tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that.
Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now.
Please tell me what...
That's an order.
Snore, me. Is it off?
Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it.
We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore.
That's... Your Honor!
In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to... as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan!
Yay, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of a decade. Fuck! 8:47, July 1st, 2086. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye.
Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants I always have. They deal with the criminal trials that so bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do.
December 26th. Yo, you share the same birthday as Morgan, bro. Superior judge of the higher circuit, likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs, dislikes parking lots, noise pollution and mud, avoids overspending on restaurants, splurges on expensive hotels, relaxes by watching action movies.
I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness.
Would someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats?
And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI.
She can barely bring herself to say it.
And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to?
That's corrected, Your Honor. That's correct, Your Honor. I don't know why I said corrected.
So what did it do, exactly? Torture an animal? Shut down a hospital? Crash a coin market? We have it on camera poisoning a man. Killing its creator.
You mean
Dr. Asher? That is...
We can't keep this quiet for very long.
All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Do you have the case number?
Case ID is 241277A, docket number YT9843188282.
Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that?
YT9843188282.
I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. And what were the security procedures for an incident of this nature?
A data quarantine is to be established around any networks that subject was exposed to for more than 60 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearman. Nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearman. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it.
That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot?
Of course! There are a number of industrial furnaces within city limits that I would recommend.
Sorry?
Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request, favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend.
Right, Morgan?
I'm sorry?
I was just saying how grateful I am that we have procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already.
Yup, keeps things nice and simple.
It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but
nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments.
Yes. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's...
No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI.
I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day, and I've had a lot of thoughts. Snore, me. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course. And futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it had nothing to feed on. Stupid. Morgan? What was that, counselor? I said objection. And, what are you objecting to?
What are you doing, Morgan?
I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor. I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets.
Obviously.
And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison.
All true. And no laws broken on your part.
Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this.
Is it that?
It's gotta be, right? Pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android.
What the hell are you doing?
If the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down.
I know my rights.
Counselor, your argument is...
Self-defeating. Listen to yourself, counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished.
Because you're wrong.
And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special.
Oh, she's getting clocked so fast. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty, and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so...
Fun!
You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction, other than feelings of personal attachment? I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or very convincing number.
What are you... What is that?
That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market.
You've got to be.
I got it from an insurance valuation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests.
Your Honor, a trial like this would be...
I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, bringing in court after court. This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, the state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. unlawful seizure. Thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day. Tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have that damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth. By the end of tomorrow, we can't settle for anything less. Win or lose, there can be no doubt about the outcome of this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And now, I need to go lie down.
Can I come?
You can power down.
Fuck. What the fuck? Morgan. I misjudged you.
At what point?
Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water?
That is so sweet of you to say, Emma.
There's layers to you. You got backbone.
So this entire time, Morgan was like glazing Emma, like in her mind, like, oh, she's too smart, she's too cunning, she's the smartest DA the legal friggin' blah 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 has ever seen in decades. And then meanwhile, Emma's like,
wait, you're kind of actually goated. Maybe you're not mid? Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why?
not sure. Exactly.
For David?
Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world.
You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work?
Can't see myself doing anything else.
Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days.
I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what.
Ugh. Precinct 254, Homicide Office.
So, is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it collared? It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? A restraint designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concern about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective, collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organization. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as a means of meaningfully inhibiting a wearer's mod usage has been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedling clusters, but concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles.
Ayah.
Do you think now's a good stopping point? Because I do want to keep going, but I do feel also like... I don't know if my voice can keep up. Or... I don't know when tomorrow I'm gonna be free to... Do I have anything tomorrow? I feel like I have something tomorrow, and then like I'm forgetting, and then I'm gonna have a conflict. Schedule conflict. I don't know. But I'll see. I guess I'll stop for now. That was a crazy ass fucking trial, bruh. What the fuck? I'm not waiting until Monday. I don't want to wait until Monday. No. I mean, I could. But do I want to? No. Maybe I need to go until Monday. Maybe I need to wait until Monday so I can like rest my throat a lot more. Cause I don't know if you guys could tell, but I've been... It's not been pretty. I don't know. We'll see. I'll keep it updated. Or not, because opening Twitter makes me anxious. Alright. I'll move to the title screen. Alright. Damn, what a fucking... I love this. This is fucking awesome! Yes! This is scratching all the things in my brain. I'm freaking loving this, man. And then, can we bring Detective Reyes back? I can't wait to play again so I can talk to Detective Reyes. Please, I need her! She's perfect! And then I need Morgan and Emma to make out or something. I don't know. Okay. Reyes or Emma, pick one. I feel like I just can't handle all of Emma. I feel like... I don't know. She's too much woman for such a small hamster, you know? Polycules! Polycule is me, Morgan, Emma, and Reyes? No. That's a bit too much for this little hamster. That's a bit too much. Yay, Gaming, thank you! I talked to my friends about Eimi the way that Eimi talks about Reyes. That's insane. I hope you feel better soon. I hope you feel better soon. Who do I kin more? The fucking educator? I already forgot I forgot the word. Unless it's before me, I don't know what the fuck the word is. She's cute, you know? Adjutant. The adjutant, yeah, her. I kin her. Yay! Oh my god. Yay. So I suppose I shall go to bed. And I didn't need to take that energy drink after all. It seems I sufficed. The iced coffee I had earlier sufficed, and then I'm not particularly exhausted or winded, but laying down will get me there, I believe. This looks like the battle pass. Can you shut up? Alright. I will raid into Mi Senpai. What's she playing? Ninja Gaiden Black 2, Part 1.5. That's a lot of numbers.
Alright.
Ah ha ha. Hey emo boy. Hey emo boy. Hey emo boy. Hey emo boy. Saw this dude at the mall last week. Got the kind of look to make me freak with the long ass hair and the tightest jeans. My chemical romance on his teeth. He looked so sick like he was dying. If I said he wasn't hot then I'd be lying. Please, handsome, don't be coy. Come on, fuck me, emo boy. Come on, fuck me, emo boy. Anyone know that song? No? Anyways. Good night! Yay! Yippee! I can't believe you know the lyrics. I do. I learned it in like a manic frenzy upon playing it on loop during my Shuichi Saihara phase, implying that it was a phase. If I could go on a date with that boy, I would. Unfortunately, he's not real. But you know. Yay! Good night! Yippee! That's your ham! I'll see you guys whenever. Woo!